All rise. The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Madam Court Officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honours. This is case KSC BC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. Welcome back after the winter recess, and good to see you all present. First of all, I will call appearances. Specialist Prosecutor, could you tell us who is present for the office?
Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, everyone. The prosecution team is represented today by Silvia Dascoli, Associate Prosecutor, Julie Mann, our case manager, Agat Khegaro, the SPO intern, and I am Cezary Michalczuk, SPO Prosecutor.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, everybody. The victims participating in this trial are represented today by Marie-Pierre Babot, now as my co-counsel, and by myself, Annie Puses counsel. Thank you.
Very well. And Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense is represented by myself, Julius van Monet, Mr. Betim Shala, my co-counsel, Investigator Fatmir Pillai, and joining via remote is Mr. Mustafa.
Very well. Mr. Mustafa, does the connection work well? Can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor, it works well.
Before trial panel 1. Before starting with the testimony of the SPO witness 4485, Mr. Fatmir Sopi, I would like to discuss a small matter with the defense. The panel recalls that according to paragraph 37E of the decision on the prosecution application pursuant to Rule 153 of the rules, that's filing 286, the defense was ordered to file a public redacted version of this filing, and that is filing 278, and that's the defense response to the prosecution application by Wednesday the 12th of this year. We have not seen this filing coming in yet. Does the defense have any observations in this regard?
We have no response to it, Your Honor.
Okay. Then I will give an oral order, and the panel orders to file a public redacted version of its filing 278 as soon as practicable and no later than Tuesday 5th of January of this year, and this concludes my oral order. We will now get back to the testimony of witness 4485. Madam Court Usher, could we please usher the witness into the courtroom? Please have a seat, Mr. Witness. Good morning. Mr. Sopi, welcome to the specialist chambers. Can you hear me?
Yes.
How are you, first of all?
I'm well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sopi. Today we will start with your testimony. Mr. Sopi, you are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the specialist prosecutor versus Mr. Mustafa in order to assist the panel of judges to reach a verdict. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the lawyers representing the lawyers for the prosecution, the lawyers representing the victims admitted to participate in the proceedings, the defense counsel of Mr. Mustafa, and the judges of this panel. I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that you will be asked. Mr. Sopi, please listen carefully to each question, and if you don't understand, feel free to ask the question to be repeated. We want you to tell the truth and to tell us what you saw, you experienced, you heard, you sensed yourself. And if you did not see it or hear it yourself, but you found out in some other way, then you should say so and explain how. You may not remember all details of events, and this is perfectly fine. Please testify on what you remember, and do not guess, do not make things up. There's nothing wrong in saying, I don't remember. Have you understood all this, Mr. Sopi?
Yes.
I also like to give you some practical advice for your testimony, Mr. Sopi. Everything that that we say here is translated and recorded. So it is important to speak into the microphone, to speak clearly, and to speak at a slow pace, to allow the interpreters to translate everything. And you should only start speaking, and this is very important, when the person asking you a question has finished. So when a question is asked, please count in your head up to 5 and only then give your answer. And this pause of 5 seconds is essential for us to hear, to translate and to record what you are saying. And then if you have any questions, if you need a break or you need something else, please raise your hand and then I will give you the floor and then you can say what you wish to say. Have you understood all this, Mr. Sopi?
Yes. Interpreters kindly ask the witness to sit closer to the microphone. Thank you.
Can you come a little bit closer to the microphone, Mr. Sopi? Okay, we will see if it works better now. Thank you. As we must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false declaration. Court clerk, can you please assist the witness with the solemn declaration to tell the truth?
Do I have to stand up?
You can stay seated and then read the text.
Interjection.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Sopi. You are now under oath to tell the truth. Yeah. And let me remind everybody that this hearing is held in open session unless otherwise requested by the parties or the Victims' Council or decided by the panel. And we should therefore be careful not to disclose any information that is confidential. And in this regard, I remind you to give me prior notice should you require to go into private or closed session for the purpose of your questioning or to make any other submissions. Okay, now we can begin with the testimony of Mr. Fatmir Sopi, starting with the questioning by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Mr. Prosecutor, you've been revision. I saw that you have estimated 4 hours for your questioning of this witness, and as usual, please inform the panel if your planning would be changed. You have the floor.
Of course, Your Honors, we'll try to stick to the schedule. If we need less time, we'll give Your Honors an advance notice. Mr. Sopi, good morning. My name is Cezary Michalczuk. I'm the prosecutor representing the SPO.
Good morning.
I'll be directing your examination today. During this examination, I might also be showing you some visual aids. Are you ready to start, Mr. Sopi?
Yes.
Could you please state for the record your full name and surname?
I am Fatmir Halim Sopi.
And I understand your father's name is Halim, correct?
Halim.
Halim.
The date of your birth?
13th of April 1961.
What is the place of your birth?
Vendlindja fshati Mramor.
Mramor village.
Mr. Sopi, are you a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army Veterans Association?
Po.
Yes.
What is your position in that association?
Jam kryetar.
I am the chairman of the Pristina branch of the War Veterans Association and a member of the central presidency of this association at Kosovo level.
Position?
Kam një mandat, domthon që
For a mandate for 4 years until now I'm in the 5th year.
Were you a Kosovo Liberation Army soldier during the armed conflict of 1998 and 1999?
po gjatë luftës Shlirin.
Yes, during the Liberation War, I was member of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
When did you join the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Në fillimet e saj të para,
In its very beginnings, that's when I joined the Kosovo Liberation Army.
You said it's the very beginning when you joined. Could you be more specific when it comes at least to the month and year?
po fillimi I vitit 1990,
In early 1998, beginning of 1998.
Where did you join the Kosovo Liberation Army at that time?
aso kohë
At the time, I joined the Kosovo Liberation Army in my place of birth.
Did you have any role in establishing the Kosovo Liberation Army in your region?
po kam pasur
Yes, I did have a role.
Could you briefly tell the court what that role was?
Unë kam kryer detyrën e
I was in the role of the organizer that is to expand the KLA in the Pristina region, more specifically in the Golak area.
Were you in this role from the very beginning of your engagement with the KLA?
Po, që
Yes, this was my role from the very beginning.
Was any Kosovo Liberation Army brigade formed in the region of Golak?
po, kishte edhe
Yes, there were other KLA units that were stationed in Golak.
My question dealt more precisely with the brigade in that region of Golak. So my question is again, was any KLA brigade formed in the Golak region?
nuk di si mund ta quaj.
I don't know how to call it, but the initial organization of the KLA in the Karadak area began in Golak. So Golak was their base.
Were you yourself engaged in the creation of any Kosovo Liberation Army brigade in the Golak region?
Cilës brigadë me
Which brigade are you referring to?
So were you engaged in the creation of any brigade in the Golak region?
Po, unë jam përfshirë
Yes, I was engaged in the creation of 153 Brigade, which was established once the preparation and the necessary organization was completed. That is to have the numbers of the units that would become part of the brigade.
153. Could you tell the court when that brigade was established?
kjo brigadë.
This brigade.
Cilët
The beginnings, the organizational beginnings of this brigade was from the very units that were formed in almost every village in Golak area. Once the conditions were met, once we had enough soldiers in the unit, and when the operational lapse zone saw it fit that the conditions were met for this brigade to become official and to be established. I don't remember the exact date, but it was formed in February 1999.
Was there any specific event or moment that you remember when that brigade was formally established?
po,
Yes.
That event?
po, kjo ngjarje ka ndodhur
Yes, this event took place in my own house, which served as a KLA headquarters, that is the headquarters of 153rd Brigade at the time.
shtëpia ime ndodhi në Zllash.
My house was in Zlash, which is a neighborhood of Mramor village.
Told us that it was formed in your house, or there was some event in your house, and it was February 1999. Could you tell us what happened in February 1999 in your house, precisely, that is linked to the formation of 153 Brigade?
Në shkurt të
In February 1999, in my house, that served as the headquarters of 153 Brigade. There came a representative of the LAP operational zone, the deputy commander of the operational zone, Kadri Castrati, who inaugurated solemnly the 153rd Brigade.
Could you tell us who gave the order to establish that brigade? Was it Kadri Castrati who visited your house to announce the creation, or was it someone else?
Kadri Castrati ka qenë
Kadri Castrati was a representative of the zone, and probably he was ordered by the zone commander Rustem Mustafa.
During that meeting with Kadri Castrati, who else, apart from you, as I understand, was present in the house of yours when he delivered that message about the creation of the brigade?
nuk më kujtohen të gjithë.
I don't remember all the persons that were present. I think Rahman Dini was present. If I'm not mistaken, Seydi Veseli was also present. And myself. As for the others, I don't know.
Who was appointed as the brigade commander?
Komandanti i brigadës natë
The brigade commander was not appointed that day.
Was it announced by Kadri Castrati, who was about to be the brigade commander?
nuk deklaroj vetëm
He did not state any name, so that position remained open, whereas Sadri Veseli was appointed deputy commander.
In the interpretation, I got the name Sadri Veseli. Was it Seydi Veseli or Sadri Veseli?
Seydi
Seydi Veseli.
Were you appointed to any position within that brigade, 153?
unë me që merresha me
Since I was dealing with the organization of the KLA on the ground, and since I was on the ground all the time in various villages of Golak area, I was appointed as a person in charge of civilian protection.
Was it a position within the command of the brigade?
po
Yes.
You remain in this position until the end of the war.
jo pozita tona kanë
No, our positions changed. We began as ordinary soldiers, and at the end of the war, I ended up as a deputy commander, and also the position of the brigade commander once the war was over.
You become the deputy commander of that brigade. Do you remember the time?
me sa di unë pas
As far as I know, that was after the 18th of April offensive in 1999.
Of the deputy commander?
në pozitën e zëvendës komand
The lab operational zone, more specifically, its commander Rustem Mustafa appointed me to that position.
told us that at some point you were also nominated to the position of the commander of the brigade. Is that so?
Po,
Yes.
When you were appointed to that position?
këtë pozitë e kam bajt
I got that position once the war was over, when the demobilization of the KLA began.
You said that at some point, and you told us it was in April, as far as I remember, it was 18th of April, you were appointed to the position of the deputy of the brigade, but you had told us before that it was Sejdi Veseli who had that position. So the moment you were nominated deputy head of the brigade, what happened to Sejdi Veseli? Did he change his position?
Sejdi Veseli u cakt
Sejdi Veseli was appointed chief of staff of the brigade.
At some point you mentioned the position of the commander of the brigade. Did anyone assume the position of the brigade commander during the war, of that brigade 153?
po.
Yes, yes.
Could you tell us the name of that person?
Ky ishte Adem Sheh.
That was Adem Shehu.
Was Adem Shehu? What was his background?
Adem Shehu
Adem Shehu came from Tirana. He was from Tirana. He had a professional military experience as an officer in the Albanian army. And as such, he was appointed by the command of the Lab Operational Zone as commander of this brigade.
Did he assume his position as the commander of Brigade 153?
datën e sigurt nuk
I don't know the exact date. This happened at the end of March
të vitit
1999.
So you mentioned yourself as the person deal with civilian protection, and then you became deputy of the brigade, deputy commander. You mentioned Sejdi Veseli, who was first deputy commander, and then he became the chief of staff of the brigade, and Adem Shehu as a commander. The three of you were part of the brigade command, correct?
po.
Yes.
Who was also part of the command of Brigade 153.
Po, ishte edhe Rahman
Yes, Rahman Dini.
Within the brigade.
Rahman Dini ka qenë
Rahman Dini held various positions, that of civilian-military relations. He also had performed the task related to morale and policies within 153 Brigade.
Was he nominated already during that meeting with Kadri Castrati in February 1999 or later?
mendoj se disa
I think that some of the appointments happened that day, but it could also be that they happened later. I do not remember.
interrupt for a moment, and because we lost the connection with Mr. Mustafa. And I think we have to go back to what Mr. Sopi was saying, because we already lost Mr. Mustafa when he was answering the question. Good. Mr. Prosecutor, I suggest that you start with line 17 of page 13, when you asked the question, what was his position within the brigade? I think then we are on the safe side.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor, I'll happily do that. It's for the benefit of Mr. Mustafa. This line of questions deals with Rahmandini, and my last question was he, namely Rahmandini, nominated already during that meeting with Kadri Castrati in February 1999 or later? Shall I continue reading the answer, or shall we give the witness again the opportunity to answer again?
I was going to suggest that you read it out. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, to that question, the answer of the witness was as follows. I think that some of the appointments happened that day, but it could also be that some of the appointments they happened later. I do not remember. And then we interrupted the questioning.
Okay, thank you. You may continue.
Mr. Sopi, thank you very much for your last answer. And my next question is as follows. What was the physical condition of Rahmandini at that time in February 1999?
Rahmandini,
Initially, Rahmandini was in good condition, health condition, when we were together to organize the ranks of the KLA in most of the villages of Golak. But in the meantime, his health condition deteriorated, and he was not in good health condition. Somewhere in the middle and end of the war.
Do you remember when his condition deteriorated? Could you point out at the time?
I don't know when exactly, but I know that he complained little by little, so much so that at one point he was unable to act.
The nature of his complaints about his condition.
He had issues with breathing. He couldn't walk, especially with his breathing, and we suspected that he might have issues with his heart. And the doctors we had took care of that.
Tell you what the nature of his ailment or condition, if you will, was.
He didn't know himself. We don't know anything. I don't know anything about health issues, but I know what I said, that he had issues with his breathing, heart, and lungs.
Mr. Sopi, do you know whether Rahmandini was ever arrested by the Serbian authorities?
Yes, but this happened before the war.
He was arrested?
Yes, I know. In 1984.
Do you know how long he spent in jail?
4 ose 5
4 or 5 years, the same time that I too spent. We were together in jail.
Was he subjected to any mistreatment while in jail?
të gjithë shqiptarët
All the Albanians who were political prisoners, when I too and Rahman were there, were mistreated severely. It is very hard to describe what we were subjected to then.
Did he suffer any ailments as a result of that time that he spent in prison and also the mistreatment that he was subjected to?
atë nuk mund ta di.
I can't know that.
I understand. Your Honours, with your permission, I would like to read a very short passage from the statement of Mr. Sopi regarding Rahmandini, and I would like to have this line of questions concluded by reading this passage and asking the witness whether he confirms that or he's got comments on it.
Okay. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you very much. So, Mr. Sopi, I'm going to read you a very short passage from your statement that you gave to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. And for the record, the number would be 069474-TR-ET, Part 2, page 5, lines from 5 to 10. The question of the prosecutor that was put to you was as follows. The members of the brigade command was Adem Shehu, Seydi Veseli, and yourself. Who else? Your answer to that question was Rahmandini. The question of the prosecutor. And what was his role? And your answer was, he was a member of the staff, but he didn't have a particular task because he was ill all the time. Do you confirm that it is what you said and that it corresponds to the truth?
Unë thash se nuk
I said that he didn't have any specific operational task, but he met with people and he did the work regarding political morale. He was in the staff, even in offices, even when he was sick.
May I just briefly interrupt for a second? I think the quotation, learned counsel, was on line 10, not all the time, but at the time, I think.
This is correct, Your Honours. I misquoted, and I apologize for that. Indeed, the precise quotation was, he was a member of the staff, but he didn't have a particular task because he was ill at that time. This is correct. So, Sopi, saying that he was ill at that time, you mean the conditions that you have just described to us today of Rahmandini, correct?
cilat kushte mendoni?
What conditions are you referring to?
That he had difficulty breathing and you suspected also heart problems. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Sopi, let's move on. Where did the Brigade 153 have its headquarters? At some point today, you mentioned it was in your house in Zlash. Is that so?
Po.
Yes.
Have the headquarters in your house until the end of the war?
Jo.
No.
Did it change at any point? And if so, could you tell us the locations where the brigade headquarters was? And of course, if possible, if you could give us also timestamps telling us when the change of location happened.
Në kushte lufte
In the conditions of war and constant Serb attacks, it didn't stand to logic for the staff of the brigade to remain in one position, because in that way it would be the object of possible Serb attacks. Therefore, the brigade staff moved from my house to the house of my uncle for a while, for some months, maybe 2 months, and then it moved to the house of some neighbors in another place. Then, after the Serb offensive of the 18th of April, when the overwhelming majority of the houses in the village were burned, the staff was settled in the house of Shaban Gashi in the western part of Zlash village.
Could you tell us more precisely until when was the brigade headquarters in your house? So from when to when?
nuk muj me ditë sakt.
I can't be accurate regarding dates. After the founding of the brigade, officially that is, sometime in February of 99. Then in March, we moved to the house of my uncle, which is situated about 1 kilometer away from my home.
Is there any school in Zlash, or to be more precise, was there any school in Zlash in 1999?
Po.
Yes. Yes.
Proximity of that school, perhaps?
Nuk është larg shkolla.
It is not far from the school, but not at the school.
Did at any point Brigade 153 headquarters moved to the building of that school?
Jo, ka qenë
No, the school building served as a training center, but the brigade staff had the commander of the training center, and people might have identified it as a staff, but in fact it was the office of the people responsible for the training, who had an office there, and it was also the kitchen for the soldiers who were training there. But as for the staff being stationed there for a long time, that's not true, no.
What was the area of operations of Brigade 153?
Brigada 150.
Brigade 153 covered almost all the villages of the Golag Heights, comprising villages from Remanisht, Sharban, Kolic, Nishevts, Pravashtic, Kolic, Grashtic, Dabishevts, Mramor, Marevts, more or less these villages.
Mr. Sopi, we could come back to that school a bit later today. But let me now move on to another topic. Are you aware of the Kosovo Liberation Army unit called BIA? B-I-A.
Po.
Yes.
Do you know whether that unit went by any other name other than BIA?
Bia ose
Bia or Skifterat?
Do you know what BIA, this acronym, stands for?
Bia
BIA is an acronym for the first letters of the nation's martyrs Bahri, Fazliu, Ilir Konoshevsky, and Agron Rahmani.
ky emër është marrë
This name was put to this brigade in as a sign of honor for these heroes.
Did that unit, the BIA unit, occupy any location in Zlash?
po e ka pas një
Yes, they had a location in Slash.
Unit located? Where was that location?
gjende në
It was in the highest point in Slash,
në veri lindjet
in the northeast of the village.
Distance between your house and that location of BIA in Zlash?
nuk jam shumë i sigurt.
I'm not very sure. Maybe some 2-3 kilometers, something like that.
Walking, would that take to cover that distance?
Mendonin këmbë.
I mean, if you walk,
Sorry, I have to interrupt again because we lost the connection again. Mr. Mustafa, can you hear me?
Momentalisht po.
for the moment, yes. But for 2-3 minutes, I lost you.
Remember the last thing you heard?
Po, ishte
Yes, it was the question about the name Bia.
I will kindly ask the prosecutor, Mr. Prosecutor, read out from, what is it, I think line 9 on page 20 for the benefit of Mr. Mustafa, that he hears what the witness has said.
Yes, of course, Your Honor, with pleasure.
Thank you.
Do you know, the question was, do you know what BIA, this acronym, stands for? Answer. BIA is an acronym for the first letters of the nation's martyrs, Bahri Fazliu, Ilir Konushevtsi, and Agron Rahmani. This name was put to the brigade as a sign of, I believe there is a wrong word here, but the commemoration of these heroes, I believe, that was the answer. The question, did that unit, the BIA unit, occupy any location in Zlash? Yes, they had a location in Zlash. Question, and where was that unit located? Where was that location? Answer, it was in the highest point in Zlash in the northeast of the village. Question, what was the distance between your house and that location of BIA in Zlash? Answer, I'm not very sure, maybe 2-3 kilometers, something like that. Question, and how much time walking would that take to cover that distance? Answer, you mean if you walk? And then the then we interrupt it with the questioning and answers.
Okay, thank you for that, and you may proceed.
So, how much time would that take to walk from your house to that BIA location in Zlash?
20 or 30 minutes, I would say.
We discussed briefly the location of the school in Zlash. How much would that take walking from the school to the BIA location in Zlash?
نزت minuta.
20 minutes. 15, depending on how fast you walk.
Distance in terms of kilometers between BIA location in Zlash and that school?
Po shtëpia ime
From my house to the school, it's less than 1 kilometer, and the school is situated between my house and the place where the BIA was situated.
Could you please describe that BIA location in Zlash?
shtëpi
It was a normal village house with a yard and buildings for living there. The same as our houses, because the KLA didn't have barracks. It was stationed in different houses. Houses belonging to citizens who were willing to free the house and let us use it for the purposes of the KLA.
Who did that house, plus the yard and the buildings there, belong to?
pronari tyre ka
The owner was a villager from the same village, Adem Krasniqi.
In that compound?
jo ajo familje
No, the family had moved earlier to Pristina some years before 99.
That building, that was which was the location of BIA unit. Could you describe the building? You said it was a normal village building, but we are probably not that familiar with how it looked. So could you describe in your own words how that BIA building looked?
po sakto nuk mund ta
I can't be accurate from the distance. I sometimes, as a neighbor, visited the family before they moved away. I know that it consisted of several houses. There was the guest house, the Oda, as we call it. There was a barn, which was used for keeping the fodder for the animals. There were garages, like this.
More or less the layout. I'm asking particularly about the building occupied by BIA, because you mentioned that there was this building. Was it that Oda building, the guest house, or was it another house? Could you tell the court?
jo të gjitha ato
All these buildings were part of the same compound in the same yard.
Compound?
po në qatë shtëpi
Yes, in that house, yes.
Speaking about that compound, do you remember whether this compound was fenced in any way?
nuk kujtohet
I don't recall.
Do you remember whether this house was guarded, this compound was guarded by anyone?
In every place where the KLA was stationed, for its own security, of course, there were guards.
Who were the guards? Did they belong to any unit, that BIA unit or any other unit?
I mean that every unit that was stationed somewhere had its own soldiers guarding it. As usual, they appointed someone to do guard duty. I'm talking about my own, let's say, duty where I organized the units. The first duty for every unit was to appoint someone as a guard to protect the soldiers that might be resting, sleeping.
I understand. Did you consider this compound where BIA was located as a proper military establishment?
Yes, I would say so.
Your Honors, to the question of the presence of defense, the answer was negative. I would like to, with your permission, of course, read to the witness a very short excerpt of his previous statement, if I may.
Please proceed.
Mr. Sopi, do you remember giving a testimony to Annemiek court in 2003?
Yes.
I'm going to read you very short part of that testimony, and this is, for the record, testimony of Fatimir Sopi, P. number 178/03, dated 29th of October 2003, and the ERN number would be 7000593 to 7000609, read page 10. And the public prosecutor during that court hearing asked you the following question: was the yard enclosed in any way? And the question was in relation to that BIA compound that you are describing. Your answer was not exactly. There was a fence on one side, and then on the other side there were houses surrounding them. Do you remember saying that indeed there was a fence on one side at the perimeter of that compound?
Every house has a fence or part of its yard surrounded. I'm not very accurate what part was fenced, but the house was not, the family was not living there, so it didn't pay much attention to surrounding it or to building a fence. It might have been that there was part of the fence still on. The war was burned it down. For me, it's not important. Maybe for you it is, but for me it doesn't make any difference.
Clarification. My follow-up question to it would be, was your memory fresher and clearer when it comes to describing events back then in 2003 or now further from the events in 2022?
I can't know it. I am not sure. One may forget after one day something, but may not forget something else for all his life.
Much for this clarification again. I asked you about that BIA location, and you told us already several pieces of information about it. But do you remember whether there was within that compound one distinctive house which was bigger than the others? Do you remember such a house?
Sigurisht më e madhe
Maybe bigger than the others, but that part where the family had lived was bigger than the area where that was for the guests. The order was closer. This is to the extent I remember.
House within the compound. Could you tell us what you remember?
Interpreter's correction, line 24, closer should read smaller.
nuk di si ta përshkruaj me fjalë.
I don't know how to describe it in words. A house, just like any other village house, with rooms where families live, cook, spend time, so I don't know how to explain it.
Two-story, three-story house, bigger than that?
Ja, zakonisht një kaç.
Usually one story.
Stairs?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember. I don't remember whether it had stairs.
About the roof, what was the roof covered with? You remember?
Sa di unë me tjegulla, me ceramide.
With tiles, as far as I know.
Do you remember the color of the tiles?
Të kuqe, me sa di.
Red, as far as I know, red.
Was this house standing alone, or did it have any adjacent buildings immediately standing next to it?
Jo, s'kam një uri, nuk di.
No, I don't know. A house is a house.
We lost the connection again, but Mr. Mustafa is back. And as a general remark, I was informed that there are issues with the network connection at Raamweg. So it's a more general problem, and they're trying to resolve it. But I was informed that we might lose again. So I'm keeping an eye on the screen where Mr. Mustafa is appearing, to avoid that at least we talk when he is not present.
Your Honors, do I need to assist again with reading some parts that Mr. Mustafa might have not heard?
Now, what I've seen is that it was just 2 seconds. The screen went black and he came back, and it was not really on a moment that you were reading out or the witness was saying anything. So please proceed where you had ended.
Yes, Mr. Sopi, I'm going to show you a few images. And Your Honors, I'll be happy if we could pull up on the screen for Mr. Sopi to see a photograph. The SPO number is, the ERA number is SPO 00128412. Mr. Sopi, can you see on your screen the photograph that...
På
Yes.
Could you tell us what is on this photograph?
në këtë fotografi shoh
On this photograph, we see the school in Zlash village.
The school that you mentioned before today, correct?
po.
Yes.
You mentioned something, if I'm not mistaken, about the training that was being organized in that school. Is that the school in the premises of which that training was organized?
Po.
Yes.
We will come back to this issue a bit later. Could you also tell us whether you remember the name of that school?
Emri i shkollës ka
Avni Rustemi was the name of the school.
Your Honors, I'm tendering this photo into evidence. And again, for the record, the number is SPOE 001284112. Mr. Sopi, I'm going to show you another photograph. For the record, its number is SPOE 001283888. Mr. Sopi, can you see this photograph in front of you?
po.
Yes.
Photograph.
Një shtëpi,
A house.
a,
Yes.
A few minutes ago, actually, we discussed the BIA location. Is that the location we were talking about?
po.
Yes.
The big house on the right side of the photo, is this the house where BIA soldiers used as their location?
Nuk jam I sigurt
I'm not sure which parts they used for what they used because I didn't know the place where they were based, but it is part of the compound.
You said that BIA was using the whole compound. Is that correct?
po.
Yes.
That BIA was using the compound seen on that photograph? Could you please say that? Because if you nod, we don't have it on the record.
Po, po, po.
Yes, yes.
I'm not sure. May I interfere for a second?
Please, counsel for the defense.
Yes.
What do you want to say?
I understand that the witness is speaking about the compound, and the prosecution is asking about this specific building. And in the earlier statement, the witness said that he speaks about the compound in general, but not the particular buildings as such as being used by the BI unit. So I think that in the last question of the prosecution, the target of the question is rather the specific building, and the answer of the witness is more about the compound as such, the location in which he says, I'm not sure which buildings they use or do not use. So I think that in order to avoid any confusion, I would like to ask whether the prosecution can specify or at least distinguish compound and specific buildings, rather than that we have this exchange of compound and a specific building. So that is my question to the prosecutor, to target that more, either to compound, either to specific building.
Mr. Defense Counsel, I see here so that the question of the prosecutor was, so before today you said that the BIA was using the whole compound. Is that correct? And then the witness says yes. And then the question is, and do I understand correctly that BIA was using the compound seen on the photograph? And then there was a nod. Yeah? And when, what would you like to have reformulated?
Sorry, whether we can distinguish more compound from specific buildings rather than the entire building, the entire compound being used as by the PIA. In my view, the witness says that he does not know which particular building they were using on that compound. That is why I would like to ask my learned counsel to clarify or make clear or distinguish clearly, do we understand correctly this or that, so that there is no
wait. Mr.
misunderstanding.
Witness, would you take off your headphone?
Oh.
For next time, I realize when we have an interpretation question, we should do it before. And oh, that was your point. Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Prosecutor, what is your reaction on this?
Yes, my reaction mirrors the reaction of Your Honor. Initially, indeed, and I understand the concern of my learned colleague, indeed, my first question was about the house. Then Mr. Sopi clarified that it was about the compound. And then my second follow-up question was about the compound only. So his answer to the question about the compound as occupied by BIA, the answer was yes. So to clarify the issue, we are talking about the compound right now, and this was what the last question was all about.
Okay. That's how I understood it too.
Well,
you will be in the I will give you
the.
No, I want to finish my phrase.
Sorry.
You will get the possibility, if you think that it has not been clarified, to ask a question on that, of course. Yeah. So you will get the floor. But I think that for now, this line of questioning was not unclear.
Okay. Well, it's just my request if we have questions, whether we can, as one is speaking about compounds and the other one about buildings, that we have clarity on that particular issue. It's just my request to the prosecutor to make that.
Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
Your Honor, I'll try my best to be clearer next time if there was any unclarity. Mr. Witness, I'm going to show you.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Sorry, Mr. Sopi, could you put on your headphones? Please proceed. Please proceed.
Mr. Sopi, I'm going to show you another photograph. And for the record, it would be SPOE 00128 405. Mr. Sopi, what is on this photograph?
Show him.
We see semi-ruined house and we see a barn.
Is that the same compound that I showed you on the previous photograph?
This is also in the same yard with that house.
Thank you. We can just remove this photograph.
Excuse me, Mr. Prosecutor, just to be sure on the number that was cited,
Yes.
is that correct? Because my colleague pointed out that the number is
It was okay.
28405.
That is correct, Your Honor. The last photograph that I showed to the witness indeed bears this number. So again, it's SPOE 0012845. So this is the last photograph.
Yes.
If my quotation was incorrect, I apologize for that.
No, just to clarify, because it could be an error on our side, but just to be sure that we have the right citation. Thank you.
Mr. Sopi, was the BIA unit part of Brigade 153?
No, it was not part of Brigade 153.
Did BIA unit report to Brigade 153?
No.
Who did BIA unit report to then?
I was not responsible for who was reporting to who, but based on the organizational chart of the lab operational zone, I noticed that BIA was responsible to lab operational zone command. Reported to lab operational zone command.
The chart that you mentioned.
Microphone, please.
Chart of the lab operational zone that you have just mentioned. What was that chart? Could you tell us about it?
That was the structure of lab operational zone.
Was that chart?
Microphone.
Who prepared that organizational chart?
The lab operational zone staff, of course.
Do you know who was the commander of the BIA unit?
Yes.
Who was the commander then?
Salih Mustafa.
Salih Mustafa.
Did he go by any nickname?
Okay. Mr. Prosecutor, we lost Mr. Mustafa again. And we are approaching, yeah, it's still 10 minutes to go, but I just want to put you on notice that we are approaching 11 o'clock.
Your Honors, I don't have too many questions with regard to this line of questioning, so probably by 11 I'll be done and we could resume after the break.
Thank you. I propose that you restart with your question, who was the commander of the BIA unit. I think there is where we left off.
Of course, Your Honor. The question of the prosecutor was, do you know who was the commander of the BIA unit? The answer was yes. Question, who was the commander then? Answer, Salih Mustafa. And my last question that was not answered was, did he go by any nickname?
Po.
Yes.
Salih Mustafa.
Ne kemi njoft edhe si
We knew him also as Salih.
Do you know what the role of the BIA unit was?
njësi të bija kishte
As any other KLA unit, the role of the BIA unit was to liberate the country from the Serb occupier.
I understand that, and what you said is true, but could you tell the court what was the specific role of the BIA unit within the KLA?
rolin më specifik
A more specific role of this unit can be more specifically explained by the representative of that unit. As far as I knew, it was part of the KLA just like any other unit in the LAP operational zone.
No, I understand that the members of that unit could explain that better because they were members of it. But my question was, what do you know yourself about the role of the BIA within the Kosovo Liberation Army?
sakt rolin e çdo
I cannot know the exact role of every soldier in every unit, but I know that they worked based on the orders and based on the conditions of that time to give their contribution for the liberation of the country.
I constantly switch it on and off, my fault entirely. Could I read to the witness a very short excerpt of his statement to the SPO regarding his knowledge about the BIA? Maybe I'll be able to refresh his memory.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sopi, I'm going to read you a very short passage from your statement you gave to the SPO. For the record, it would be the ERN number 0694-744-TR-ET, Part 2, page 16, lines from 21 to 24. The question was exactly about what was the BIA role, and your answer was, there wasn't a determined number because the duties were to supervise and to watch out in Pristina. The question was, to watch out for who or for what? And the answer was, the situation, the movement. So, do you confirm that part of BIA role was to observe movements in Pristina?
po e konfirmoj
Yes, I do confirm that part of duties of every soldier of the KLA was to observe the enemy movements that could put the numerous population at the time in Gulag in danger and collect valuable information on the movements of the enemy towards the KLA position. The civilian population at the time in Gulag was numerous. There were thousands and thousands of people who had been forced out of their houses by the Serbs in Pristina in the direction of Gulag villages and also in the direction of Podujev. So it was in our interest to know the movements of the Serbian army and police so that we avoid any casualties and losses amongst the civilian population. So every information on enemy movement was welcome in terms of our preparations.
So, from what you are saying, also BIA was engaged in the collection of this information. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Mr. Sopi, I'm going to read you another, again, very, very short excerpt of your statement that you gave to the investigating judge. And I'm referring to the document which is called Redacted Records on the Witness Hearing of the witness W04485. And the ERN number is 7000669 to 7000676, Red 1, page 5. Mr. Sopi, it was a long time ago when you gave that statement, but this is what you said to the investigating judge at that time, in the case of Agron Zeciri. The question of the investigating judge was as follows. Do you know anything about an organization called BIA? Your answer was, yes, I know only that it was a unit under the operative zone of LAB, which used to deal, as I'm not here to talk about the activities of others, was used to provide logistics to the operative zone of LAPI. It used to provide food, nurses, and medical goods. Do you remember having said that to the investigating judge? And is that true, what you knew about that unit?
Yes, I did say that to the investigating judge, and I'm saying it again, that those tasks were also performed by the BIA guerrilla unit, and it was like a supplier not only for the LAB operational zone but for other units of the KLA in Kosovo, and when necessary they also took part in battles fought by other KLA units of 153rd Brigade or any other unit that fought battles.
Perhaps the last question before we break. Mr. Sopi, where did the BIA unit operate? Where?
I don't have information where exactly it operated. I don't have such information. I don't know.
Your Honor, with your permission, and this is my last reference to the statement, SPO statement of the witness, with your permission, I'm going to put it to the witness with a question to confirm it or deny. The number would be 069474-TR-ET, part 2, page 16, lines 21 to 24. The question of the prosecutor was, where did that unit operate, namely BIA? Your answer to that question was, there wasn't a determined number, and you were referring to the number of BIA members. Because
sorry, Mr. Prosecutor, to interrupt you. Just to be sure, you say part 2, page 16. That is the same that you already cited before. That was about the movement, the enemy movement, the witness talked about.
Your Honor, just to be precise, let me consult with my colleague, and I'll resume just in a second. Your Honors, let's go for a break, and we'll reassess it whether it is indeed necessary to ask one of the questions that I had in mind or not.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Microphone for Her Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor. Madam Court Usher, could you assist the witness in exiting the courtroom? We will break Mr. Sopi for 30 minutes from now on, and then you will be brought back when we will adjourn, when we will restart. Yes?
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we adjourn, since this is a public session, the questioning party can keep its microphone on, I was told, and there's no problem for security reasons or others, so that may assist us all. Okay, the hearing is adjourned. In 30 minutes we will see each other again.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Okay, let us start with appearances for the SPO. I think I don't see any changes.
No changes, Your Honor.
Okay, and the same goes for the Victims' Council. Thank you. And
No changes.
thank you. Good, Madam Court Clerk, could you please usher the witness in? Please be seated. Welcome back, Mr. Sopi.
Thank you.
You may proceed with your question.
Mr. Sopi, indeed, welcome back. Your Honors, perhaps I will not use the whole day of today. We might either finish by lunchtime, or maybe we'll continue after lunch, but rather briefly. So I'm giving Your Honors an advance notice about the timing for today for the examination in chief by the prosecution.
Thank you very much. Very useful.
Mr. Sopi, I would like to change slightly the area that I would like to explore with you. Today, earlier on, before the break, we mentioned the school and we discussed briefly the school in Slash. And you also mentioned training. So coming back to that issue, is my understanding correct that there was training organized in the school in Slash?
Yes, that's correct.
Tell me about this training. How was this training organized?
The training was organized in groups of volunteers coming from units that had been set up in various villages of Golak. And depending on the need, certain units in a certain village, composed of 20, 30 members, were organized and came to Slash school for military training, basic military training, the most necessary training that would help them in the battles of the KLA against the Serb forces.
Last for those groups of people coming to Slash to be trained?
I'm not very sure, but maybe 3 weeks, up to 4 weeks. I can't be very precise because a long time has passed, but until they mastered the elementary knowledge necessary for the soldiers to know.
Training consist of? What were the elements, the components of that training?
The elements of training were their physical training, demonstration of weapons that they possessed, and other forms of training for battles, the strategic forms during the war operations.
The training we are talking about, was it organized for those who were already Kosovo Liberation Army soldiers, or was it organized for the raw recruits for the KLA?
Usually, they were initially recruited in their respective villages, and then to get ready for war, they came there. Those who hadn't done the military service, because actually a large number of our fighters had already gone through the military training in the Yugoslav army, so they didn't need to get supplementary training. But I meant the raw recruits that were in large numbers, who came as volunteers and who wanted to get the basic knowledge for war.
You said that they were coming from their villages. were they already registered in their villages, or was there any registration system also in place in that school?
Jo, në fshatra
No, they were already registered in their respective villages and came as groups sent by the unit commander, their respective unit commanders.
During the training, were those raw recruits provided with uniforms?
nuk ka pas
We didn't have enough uniforms. It happened that someone was given a uniform, but the overwhelming majority didn't have uniforms. Part of them had already uniforms, but as I said, we lacked uniforms. We couldn't provide uniforms for all the soldiers.
In the training, were the recruits provided with weapons?
zakonisht kanë
Usually, we had weapons, enough weapons to provide to the recruits for as long as they stayed in the training site.
Prosecutor, excuse me, we have lost the connection with Mr. Mustafa. We have to wait for a moment. Welcome back, Mr. Mustafa. Have you heard the answer with regard to the weapons?
No, I heard as far as the question for training was concerned.
Did you hear about the uniforms? If the raw recruits were provided with...
No, Your Honor. No, I did not hear that. I heard as far as when Fatmir started to explain about the units coming from various villages for training in the school.
Could you read from there, Mr. Prosecutor? Then we are, I think, on page 43.
Yes, I could start from page 43. So the first question on that page was, how long did your training last for those groups of people coming to Slash to be trained? The answer was, I'm not very sure, but maybe 3 weeks, up to 4 weeks. I cannot be very precise because a long time has passed. But until they mastered the elementary knowledge necessary for the soldiers to know, the question was, what did that training consist of? What were the elements, the components of that training? The answer was, the elements of training were their physical training, a demonstration of weapons that they possessed, and other forms of training for battles, the strategic forms during the war operations. Question. The training we are talking about, was it organized for those who were already Kosovo Liberation Army soldiers, or was it organized for the raw recruits for the KLA? Answer. Usually, they were initially recruited in their respective villages, and then, to get ready for war, they came there. Those who hadn't done the military service, because actually a large number of fighters had already gone through the military training in the Yugoslav army, so they didn't need to get supplementary training. But I meant the raw recruits that were in large numbers who came as volunteers and who wanted to get the basic knowledge for war. The question, you said that they were coming from their villages. Were they already registered in their villages, or was there any registration system also in place in that school? The answer, no. They were already registered in their respective villages and came as groups sent by the unit commander, their respective unit commanders. Question, during the training, were those raw recruits provided with uniforms? Answer, we didn't have enough uniforms. It happened that someone was given a uniform, but the overwhelming majority didn't have uniforms. Part of them had already uniforms, but as I said, we lacked uniforms. We couldn't provide uniforms for all the soldiers. Question, I understand. During the training, were the recruits provided with weapons? Answer, usually we had weapons, enough weapons to provide to the recruits for as long as they stayed in the training site. And that was the end of that part.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor, for reading out the 2 pages for Mr. Mustafa.
Mr. Sopi, speaking of training, where were the trainees accommodated during the training in Zlash?
На об'єкти на школу.
At the premises of the school in Slash.
The training for those raw recruits organized outdoors, indoors, both?
Ele jashtë dhe brenda.
Both outside and inside. The physical part of training was conducted on the outside, on the ground, in the mountainous terrain, whereas the theoretical part was held inside.
When you say inside, are you talking about the inside of the school in Zlash?
Ka mund shkollë.
In the school, inside, in the schoolyard.
Who were the trainers who were providing training to those raw recruits in Zlash?
When it came to physical preparation, that part was given by Musli Halimi. Whereas explaining to them the weapons, how they function, that is the theoretical part, by Bejet Vitia and Emin Borovsi.
I would like to talk to you for a moment about Brigade 153. And my first question would be, what was the structure of the brigade? To be more specific, did it have battalions, companies, platoons?
Initially, we called them military units. Later on, after the official establishment of the brigade, we divided it into battalions.
Since when was that division made?
Microphone, please.
Since when was that division made to the brigade into battalions that you have just mentioned?
After the official establishment of the brigade, we started to divide it and nominate the battalions.
Are we talking about from February 1999?
Shkurt Mars
February, March 99, yes.
And who appointed the commanders of the battalions?
si kommandant bataljon.
Usually the battalion commanders were nominated the people who were responsible for the organizational aspect of those units.
Question dealt more with the person or the persons who nominated the battalion commanders. Who are those who nominated battalion commanders?
Ata komandant.
The staff of Brigade 153 appointed them as commanders of the battalions.
Mike.
Did you also have within the brigade also the subdivisions to companies and platoons? Or just the division was into 2 battalions?
Je brigada ka po.
The brigade was composed of 4 battalions and 1 company appointed to be at the staff.
Was there a military police unit within Brigade 153?
Nuk kishte
There was not a special unit per se, but in every battalion there existed there were 3-4 soldiers who performed the duty of military police.
Was there any overall commander of the military police of Brigade 153?
po ka qenë
Yes, Shukri Kafuna was appointed commander of military police.
Got the interpretation Shukri Kafuna?
Rafuna, correction. Rafuna, yes.
Was Mr. Shukri Rafuna a member of the brigade command?
sipas pozicionit të
Yes, because of his position.
What was the role of the military police within Brigade 153?
roli e policisë
The role of the military police within 153 Brigade consisted in monitoring the conduct and discipline within the units of the KLA.
Was part of their duties also securing the buildings of the brigade?
jo veçan
Not as a specific duty, because that was done by the soldiers that were stationed there, not specifically the military police. But the soldiers of the unit, were rotated in general.
Who did Shukri Rafuna report to?
komandantit brigadës.
To the brigade commander.
Do I understand correctly that Brigade 153 was within Kosovo Liberation Army LAP operational zone?
Po e sakt.
Yes, correct.
How was the communication between LAP operational zone command and the Brigade 153?
kemi pas 3
We had 3 forms or more of communication through satellite phone, communication physical, that is communication. We traveled to the staff of the lab operational zone, and another form of communication through radio link.
Who on the part of Brigade 153 was communicating with Lab Operational Zone Command?
zakonisht
Usually the brigade commander.
Who was communicating with Brigade 153 on the part of the Lab Operational Zone?
zakonisht ka
Usually it was the zone commander who communicated with it.
Mustafa, is that correct?
po.
Correct, yes.
The else from Lab Operational Zone Command who was communicating with Brigade 153, apart from Mr. Rustem Mustafa?
Po ka mund të
Yes. The deputy commander, Kadri Castrati.
Anyone else apart from Kadri Castrati and Rustem Mustafa?
nuk kam njëri, nuk
I don't know. I don't know.
The moment Brigade 153 receives an order from Lab Operational Zone Command, how is that order communicated to brigade units for execution?
e thash edhe
It was communicated in various ways, through radio link or physically by sending to 1 or 2 persons, or to send someone by car,
me shkrim.
sometimes in writing, a very rare occasion.
So for us to understand it a little bit better, so when there is an order that is received from Lab Operational Zone Command and it is delivered in any way to the brigade command, then such an order is sent to the subordinate units of the 153 Brigade stationed within Golak in the villages that you mentioned at the beginning of today's testimony. Is my summary correct?
Po.
Yes.
Speaking about yourself, you had different positions within the command of Brigade 153. My question is, did you yourself communicate or were in touch with the operational zone command of Lab Operational Zone?
Po ko pas
Yes, often.
Are we talking about you reporting to the Lab Operational Zone Command, or are we talking about them sending you orders or communicating to you, or was that communication with you going both ways?
ka pas komunikimet
It was mutual communication, of course.
In touch with Operational Zone Command of Lab. Who was the person or persons you were mostly communicating with?
un kam komunik
I communicated mainly with Mr. Rustem Mustafa, the commander of the Lab Operational Zone.
Communicated with Kadri Castrati?
po.
Yes.
We know from other evidence in this case that one of the members of the Lab Operational Zone Command was also Fatmir Humoli. My question would be, was Fatmir Humoli one of the persons with whom you also communicated?
Yes, Fatmir Humoli is the person who came more often to our region and was more linked with the lab operations zone and with us. He was a person who communicated between us and the lab operations zone, depending on the movements.
Changing a topic just slightly. Before the break, you had told us that the commander of the unit called BIA, or Skifteri, as you said yourself, was Salih Mustafa. My question is, do you know who was the deputy of Salih Mustafa within the BIA unit?
No, I didn't know that.
Do you know any other members, apart from Salih Mustafa, of the BIA unit?
I have problems with names. It's my nature, but I can't remember any specific name for the time being.
Mr. Sopi, do you know the person whose name is Nazif Metoli and his nickname is Tabuti?
I don't know a person by the name of Nazif Metoli. However, as a pseudonym, I did hear of Tabuti. And it kind of left an impression on me as a pseudonym. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained in my memory.
Was he a member of Brigade 153?
No.
Whether that person, Tabuti, was a member of the BIA unit?
Yes, I heard that he was a member of the BIA unit.
Mr. Sopi, was there any Serbian offensive in April 1999 in Zlash?
Yes.
Fighting during that offensive?
Yes.
That offensive, about your role in that fighting?
In April 1999, there were two Serb offensives. The first was on the 7th of April 1999, coming from the direction of the border of Serbia in Prapastica village. The Serbian forces penetrated in the direction of the positions of Prapastica battalion of 153 Brigade, and at noon of the 7th of April, the confrontation with the Serbian forces began, and I and the commander of the brigade, Mr. Shehu, took part in that battle. The fighting continued until 18th of April 1999. from the staff of 153 Brigade. I requested that a commander of combat operations be appointed, and I asked voluntarily for this task, and I was allowed to perform it by the staff of the brigade. So I maintained those positions until the 18th of April 1999, when a second offensive from all sides was launched towards Gulag villages. At the time, there were thousands and thousands of people who were staying in Gulag villages, people from Pristina, Podujeva, and other Kosovo regions who had been displaced, who had left their homes, and those persons were deported in the direction of Gulag by the Serbian army and police, and we looked after those people for the entire time. On the 18th of April, when the general offensive started, almost all the soldiers of 153 Brigade were active and participated in the fightings. This offensive lasted for 4 days, and we, as soldiers and civilians as well, suffered many losses. The Serbian forces shelled with all the weapons and technology they had at their disposal from all sides, sparing no civilians, no children, no elderly people. During this offensive, terrible events occurred. Entire families and houses were shelled and burned alive. On the 4th day, when we saw that there were many losses, both within our ranks and from the civilians' side, the civilians started to withdraw in the direction of Pristina, because we had to avoid losing any more civilians, as this shelling did not spare civilians, women, children, and elderly. Whenever the Serb forces would suffer loss by us, they would retaliate on the civilian population by massacring, killing the children, elderly, women, and others that were sheltering in our area. Therefore, all the KLA soldiers formed a defense line in order to slow down the penetration of the Serbian forces and avoid any further massacres. We did our best. We had a high military morale on our part, and we were facing strong machinery of the Serbian forces that was using everything against us and against the civilians. If a soldier of ours had a reason to die, that was multiplied by 100 at that point, because the enemy was waging a war to continue their occupation of Kosovo, whereas our forces were fighting for the liberation of the country.
And you were active in combat during both offensives, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honors, I would need just 1 minute to consult with my colleague whether we have any further questions.
Please proceed.
Your Honors, the prosecution doesn't have any further questions in examination in chief. Mr. Sopi, thank you. That will be all on part of the prosecution.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Now, let me see. We are going to do some planning now of the rest of the day. Victims' Counsel, would you be ready? Do you have questions, and would you be ready now?
Yes, I only have one or two very brief questions, and I would be ready to pose them now.
Okay, then I give you the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Sopi, hello. I am Victims' Counsel here, representing the participating victims in this case, and I only have very few questions for you. But before I pose those, I would like to thank you for the statement that you have given this morning, which I believe will be very useful and has in particular given us some good insights into what has been happening throughout March and April 1999, which of course was a very, very tough and distressing time for many reasons. So I would briefly like to take you back to the training of raw recruits that you described this morning. And we heard you name few of those who conducted the training with the recruits. And just as a matter of clarification, one of the names that you mentioned was one Ilmi Berovsky. That is the transcript, page 48, lines 2 to 3. Now, could I ask you there, is it, and I apologize for any wrong pronunciation on my part, is it Ilmi Berovsky, or could this also be Emin?
Emin.
Emin.
Then Emin Berovsky or Borovsky?
Borovsky.
Thank you. I was wondering whether there was perhaps some slight mistake in there. And would you happen to know what the nickname of Emin Borovsky was?
No,
The nickname. For the moment, I don't remember it. Emin Borovsky. I need some time to remember. I can't remember it right now.
Triumfi.
Triumfi. Triumph. Now I remembered. His nickname was Triumfi.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That was all from my part. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Victims' Counsel. Then I turn to the Defense Counsel. Do you have questions? And I'm sure you have. And are you ready to pose them now?
We certainly have questions, Your Honor. We would just rather do that up to tomorrow, if that is possible, simply because we want to consult with our client regarding the statement of Mr. Sopi, and then cover a number of topics. We sure have a lot of questions, but we would sure want to evaluate a number of the things with our client.
And would it not be possible to do that in the coming hour and a half? Because we have our court time, and I think that it's very precious. And well, I would like to give you some time to prepare, and you will also have tomorrow. So my proposal would be, because it's only 12:15, that I could also give you 2 hours, and then at least you could do a part of the preparation, and then we can do afterwards a normal session as we intended to do.
So that would be up to
A quarter past two. Normally we have till 2, but we are now. So.
Okay.
And then we do a quarter past 2. We do 1.5 hours.
Yeah.
And then we continue tomorrow. But then we use our core time effectively, and we are now all here. No COVID interruptions, and every day is a different day.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's okay, Your Honor.
Yeah.
If we have connection, and then we also want to have some lunch too, of course.
Okay, no, but that I tried to calculate in. But we have had some recess too. But good, Mr. Sopi, look, we are going to have a break of 2 hours till 2:15 for lunch, and I hope you can take some time to rest, and then we will continue with the examination by the defense counsel. Is that clear for you?
Okay.
It's clear, yes.
Madam Court Clerk, you already got up. Thank you for ushering the witness out. Okay, thank you for now. Thank you, Madam Court Usher. The hearing is adjourned till 2:15.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. Let us first call appearances. For the Specialist Prosecutor Office, no changes?
Your Honors, no changes indeed.
Okay, thank you. Victims Counsel?
No changes on our side, thank you.
Thank you. Defense Counsel?
No changes.
And I see Mr. Mustafa with the connection on the video link, and I hope that this afternoon it will continue to work. Very well. Yes, we continue with the interrogation of the witness. Could you issue the witness in, Madam Court Clerk? Welcome back. Please. Welcome back, Mr. Sopi. We will now continue with your interrogation, and it's the turn of the defense counsel to proceed, and that is with the cross-examination of Mr. Sopi. You have the floor, defense counsel.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would like to start with a reference that I'm making, and that is ERN number 06 9474 TRET Part 1, and it's lines 1 until 3. Mr. Sopi, good afternoon.
And the page number?
It is page 10. Sorry.
Okay, very
page
well.
10, top 3 lines. Mr. Sopi, do you recall your interview with the Special Prosecution's Office?
Yes.
Do you recall whether you wanted to answer questions or not in that interview?
You can procedure.
I answered the questions whose answer I knew.
I just have a question over that, Mr. Sopi, and I would like to recall a sentence that we just wanted to clarify. In your SPO interview, you asked the question, can I exercise my right and refuse to answer? And then in the English version it says nothing, but in the Albanian version it says to all questions. Do you recall asking that?
Oh.
Yes.
What was the reason for you to ask that question?
Arsyeja ka
The reason was that when we talk about that period, it brings back emotions to us. When we think of the sufferings of our people over the centuries, the sufferings during the war waged by the KLA, during which we witnessed massacres and then nobody dealt with them. We think that the war crimes haven't been investigated into, and the people who were responsible for them were not held responsible were not brought before justice. So, as part of my emotional state, I didn't want to answer this question. That was the only reason why.
But other than that, have you come of your own free will in order to be interviewed by the prosecution?
Jo nuk kam ardhur në
No, I didn't come out of my free will. I was summoned by the SPO.
Did you in any manner get into an agreement before giving your statement with the Special Prosecution's Office?
Jo nuk kemi marrë.
No.
Did you receive, before you testified at the prosecution's office, did you receive any threats in doing that?
Jo kërcënim nuk.
No, I didn't receive any threats. No, no threats whatsoever. I only was summoned to report to the offices of the SPO.
To your knowledge, did your family members have ever been threatened regarding the fact that you would testify in court in a case, in this case?
No, never.
Thank you very much for clearing that up. I would like to first go back to the period where you are where you were living in Zlaž. By the way, are you still living in Zlaž or not?
No, I live in Pristina.
I just want to go back to the time, obviously, that you were living in Zlaž, and obviously I want to speak with you about the period of 1998 and 1999. That is clear. It is clear here in court. That is the course of my my questioning. Is it correct? You know for how long have you been living in Zlaž at the time? For how long did you live there when say up to from 1998 to 1999? How long before did you live there? Did you grow up there?
My family lives in Zlaž, has been living in Zlaž since 1878, when the Serb atrocities drove us away from the centuries-old territories in the region of Niš and deported us to Turkey or Albania as far as possible from our own lands. At that time, my ancestors settled in Zlaž, and ever since, we've been living there in Zlaž. I was born in Zlaž, and I lived there during all the time, with the exception of the 4 years that I was suffering in the Serb prison.
Thank you very much. And so you know the area very well, I gather.
Yes, I do.
For how long have you known Mr. Rahmandini?
I have known Mr. Rahmandini as of 83.
And for how long have you known the family Krasniqi?
Which family are you talking about? Which family?
Who has a house at the compound where we spoke of today, at this Zlaž compound?
We are co-villagers and we know each other for long.
Were they the owners of the house alone, or were there other people who were living there too?
The owners were only them, but they were not living there.
And you say the owners were only them, and with who exactly are we speaking about?
Adem Krasniqi was the head of the household.
Sisters who had a house there on the compound?
He was the head of the household. There were also brothers, but I think they were dead before, whereas the owner was he.
What, how was it that, since when was it that, no, is it correct that at some point the KLA could use the houses of the family members while they were not there?
Nuk e kuptova mirë.
I didn't understand the question well.
When we speak about the houses and the people were not living there, the family Krasniqi was not living there, yeah? Can you tell us how was it that people from the KLA were able to occupy the houses, or not occupy, or use the houses? Or how was that? How did that came about? Could you explain that to us?
Të gjitha shtëpitë
All the houses in the region of Golak during the wartime were houses that were used by the KLA. In all the houses, we found understanding, and they allowed us to use them without any reservation. Beginning from my own home, we put it in the service of the KLA. The same could be said of other houses, so that the KLA could use them. We didn't have barracks. We didn't have any permanent place to be stationed. So we made use of the houses of villagers to get accommodation during the wartime.
I understand. So with the villagers, you include the family Krasniqi who agreed that the KLA could use their houses for accommodation.
Yes.
Since when did that start?
nuk jam i
That
sigurt.
usage?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't have an exact time, but it might be the beginning of 99, sometime like that, or maybe even a little bit earlier than that.
And who came to an agreement with the family of Krasniqi that the KLA could use it? Who was it from the side of the KLA who requested that, or how did it come about?
Nuk ka pas ndonjë kërkesë specifike.
There was not any specific request, but the owner or the head of the household, Krasniqi, voluntarily offered the houses under his possession to be used by the KLA whenever it needed to.
KLA, did he offer that?
Neve të gjithëve.
To all of us. Whenever we needed, we were welcome to every house.
Did you speak with Mr. Krasniqi personally about that usage of the houses?
Edhe vetë kam folur.
Yes, I spoke to him too.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
Jo, s'jam i sigurt.
No, I am not sure about the time, but I know that whenever you need to, you can have access to it.
KLA actually used that place, that compound, that.
Ai kompleks për
That compound was regarded as the base of the BIA, guerrilla or skifteris, but also soldiers from the Karadak operational zone stayed there for a while. Some of them, to my recollection.
Actually know who from the BIA were staying there.
Si persona jovesh.
I don't know about the specific persons, but I know that KLA soldiers stayed there. I have no knowledge about any specific persons or individual.
Why was it that BIA, guerrilla, or KLA soldiers could use that specific location. What was so interesting about that location?
azjat veçant.
Nothing specific. It was just a place they could stay. The KLA soldiers could be accommodated. There was nothing special about it. It was an ordinary house.
Now, you said that many villages had their own units, so to speak, of KLA, scattered around the Golak area. Was that also the case with the Zlash compound where the family houses of the Krasniqi family were?
Po.
Yes.
Since when did they stay there?
Thash në fund
I said at the end of 98, beginning of 99.
And were there also people later on when the Brigade 153 was established? Were there also members of the brigade who were located there or accommodated there?
ku mendonin në?
Where do you think?
Were there also members of the Brigade 153 accommodated at the compound of the Krasniqi family?
Nuk kam njohuri.
I have no knowledge about that. I don't know.
When we speak about that compound, and we spoke earlier today about that, and do you recall how many buildings approximately were standing there?
Sakt nuk më kujt.
I don't remember the accurate number of buildings, but there was a line of houses where the family lived.
And was it there that KLA soldiers would be accommodated in those houses?
Po.
Yes, yes, yes.
Do you actually know how big the group of BIA was? Do you know that?
Jo, nuk kam.
No, I don't have any knowledge about the number of their members.
And just before the brigade was established, Brigade 153, how many people roughly would you say that were KLA members which were living there or staying there?
Nuk e di për numre.
I don't know about the number of members because there were different people coming there. For a while, there was a certain number of people. There wasn't a standard number. The number changed. It was not that there was a stable number, that's a fixed number. I have no information.
Is it correct that people from other zones could stay there too, if they would need to have accommodation?
Kanë qëndruar.
Yes, they have stayed there.
Do you actually know what the purpose was of each of the buildings on that particular compound? For what purpose they were used?
Të gjitha ndërtimet
All the buildings, to my knowledge, were used to accommodate the soldiers. I don't know of any other destination.
I want to speak a little bit about the brigade that you were eventually part of the command. My question is, when Brigade 153 was established, about how many people were in that brigade? Estimate.
nuk e kam ditë
I didn't know the number then, and I don't know it now either, because the number of the KLA numbers kept changing daily. Because new people used to come, and there was a growing interest and demand on the part of people to join the ranks of the KLA. It was extraordinarily great. So I'm certain that we couldn't accommodate the wishes of more than 20-30% of people who wanted to join, even though they very much wanted to. The reason was because we didn't have room or space to accommodate them, enough weapons to supply them, ammunition. So we have deprived them unjustly of a right, and they couldn't, as I said, accommodate their wish to fight for their country. As to the number changed daily. New people used to come and registered in our units. So I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate number.
More than 100?
po më shumë.
Yes, more, certainly more.
Do you recall when the NATO bombings, the NATO struck in Pristina? You recall when that was?
Po, me 20
Yes, on the 24th of March 1999, NATO started to launch its airstrikes.
Were there at that time or around that time, after the NATO bombings, refugees coming to the area of Zlash?
pas fillimit të
After the beginning of the bombings in Kosovo by the NATO forces, Serbia started to launch a general ethnic cleansing of the Albanian population from Pristina and its environs, and from Podujeva too. And they, let's say, send the people in the direction of Golak region.
And did you actually experience or see an influx of people who had left, refugees from Pristina towards the Zlash area?
po, shumë.
Yes, we saw it, we witnessed it with our own eyes. And all the families that used to live in those villages received them in their homes and supplied them with necessary food, because they left in their own clothes without taking anything with them, with small children, with sick people, on tractors, on foot, in whatever way they could, under the threat of the Serb weapons.
Refugees that were coming to Zlash, were they, among other places, also staying in or around the compound of the Krasniqi family?
Jo, me sa di.
No, to my recollection, no. I have no knowledge about that. But the people who came from Pristina and Podojeva, they were accommodated wherever they could. But I don't know whether there were any refugees within this compound.
Actually there in that compound yourself in that period of time. And I'm trying to say after the NATO bombing, just let's say in the couple of weeks that followed.
I'm not very sure. Now and again, I visited that compound like I did with other KLA bases. I'm not sure whether I was precisely at that time because I was always on the move. I had tasks to perform regarding our organization vis-à-vis the enemy. I led various units of the KLA to the front line.
You went there on occasion. Do you recall the beginning of April how many times you have been there approximately?
I don't recall that. No, I don't know that.
More than 2 times, or is it more than 5 times, or is it less?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Did you have any particular person that you would have contact with in the compound, or with people who were there? KLA soldiers? Anybody?
I don't recall to have any specific meeting with anyone.
Mr. Sopi, the Brigade 153, could you explain us whether there was anything organized regarding internal discipline within the brigade?
I don't know. What do you mean? We always had discipline. The KLA soldiers were very disciplined.
They were disciplined soldiers, but when the discipline would be breached, then how would that be handled?
It did not happen. However, in theory, as we thought it, if a soldier of the KLA would breach a rule of the KLA, he could be reprimanded and dismissed or disarmed, because the will of every KLA soldiers was to be part of the KLA, and the maximum punishment would be to disarm him or to dismiss him from the ranks of the KLA.
Who would have the authority to do that?
The brigade commander had that authority. For example, if a soldier committed a breach, or even a battalion commander had the right to take such a decision. That is such a measure, such as a disarmament or dismissal of a soldier that had breached the KLA rules.
Before the brigade was established, was there also some form of discipline within the KLA existing? So just before the brigade was established?
This discipline was always there from the very first moment that the units were created. If somebody committed a breach in the past, it was only at organizational level because we didn't have any combat. We were not engaged in combat. But in that phase, if someone committed a breach, he would have been refused admissibility in the ranks of the KLA.
I understand. And were there, regarding this disciplinary measures, any particular rules? Like a handbook or anything that was instructed to the soldiers, or any form of instruction, whether written or unwritten? How would these rules be communicated to the soldiers?
I didn't see any, I don't know, I didn't see any myself, I didn't see any such rules, but that was understandable from itself, be it at a unit level or brigade level. Those rules were always in force.
You said it would be, when I asked you about the authority, who would do that, it would be the brigade command or the battalion command. And who in the brigade command would actually exercise such authority?
As I said, the brigade commander could exercise such authority. Since I don't have any concrete example of somebody being disciplined or disarmed or demobilized, I can't say anything more than that. But at the level of the staff of the brigade, we did not discuss such things. We knew that these were the measures that could be taken in case of a disciplinary breach on the part of the soldiers.
There was the military police, and my question, well, let's start at the beginning. What was the function of the military police? What was here the function specifically for the military police? What would they do then?
It was precisely what I said before. The duty of the military police was within its own unit.
I see the specialist prosecutor standing, and I was doubting myself. You have the floor.
Your Honor, before the break, we had discussed this issue at length. Mr. Sopi volunteered some information himself, and then I followed up with some questions, and we have it pretty clear what the function of the military police in the brigade was. So I don't think there is a need to repeat those questions. I don't know, in the hope to confuse the witness. I don't know the reason why we should have the same questions and possibly receive the same answers.
Defense counsel, I would ask you not to repeat this question because we have had it, and if you need it for, as we have seen in the past, as a step up, you just confirm what has been said, and then you continue.
Fair enough. That wasn't the idea, in order to introduce that particular topic, actually. So, but could you tell us, so what would be the relation in authority when there was, for example, a breach of discipline within the brigade? At what moment would the military police come into this, or would they not come into this at all? or was it solely the internal discipline in the brigade an issue for the brigade, or would there be moments that the military police would have a part in this?
Ja, policia ustalo
The military police only monitored the conduct of the soldiers of a particular unit. It did not intervene if there was any breach. In case of a conflict, in case of a battle, in case of a combat, the military police was just like every other soldier. They were engaged in military operations.
What would be done with people if they would, for example, be arrested by the military police? What would be done with those people?
unë nuk kam informacion.
I don't have such information of somebody being arrested by the military police.
Your Honor, I would like to go into private session.
And when we are in private session, you explain to us
Yes.
why. Okay, Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Yes, Your Honor, I oh, sorry.
Let me talk and then you get the floor. Thank you, Madam Court Officer.
Microphone for Your Honor.
Madam Court Officer, you have the floor.
Okay. Mr. Sopi, you spoke about the commander of the military police. That was Mr. Rafuna, right? Since when was he actually commander of the military police?
Nuk e kam.
I don't have that information. I don't know precisely when he was appointed. I don't remember.
Defense
And
Counsel.
yes,
No, but Defense Counsel. My question was, I would like to have a small explanation why we have gone into private session. So, and then, wait, can you take
Yes.
off your headphones, Mr. Sopi, please? Yes, you have the floor, Defense Counsel.
Your Honor, I might use names, or the witness might use names of people that we do not wish to disclose their names.
Okay.
That is the reason why. And I will do that maybe a couple of times that when I'm not sure, but it's usually first a so-called step-up question, and then we move into a topic in which might come names that we do not wish to disclose.
Okay. And with regard to the step-up questions, if it's something
Which
that
is
is
it?
already said, you don't have to put it in the form of a question. You can just repeat what the witness has said.
No problem, Your Honor.
Okay. You can put on your headphones, Mr. Sopi. Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
Yes, Mr. Sopi, do you know if Mr. Rafuna had a deputy?
Jo, nuk kam njëri.
No, I don't know. I don't know who that could be.
Know anybody else who was, let's say, in or near Slash in the function of as a military police officer?
Kosovo Liberation Army.
Part of the Brigade 153.
Po,
Yes.
Was he based or stationed?
agroni qëndron
Agron was based in Slash. He moved around. He did not stay in one particular location, but usually in Slash.
Mean.
po nzlash në
In Slash, at the headquarters, with the units that were stationed in Slash, sometimes at Buna 29 unit, so he did not have a permanent place where he was based.
When you speak about the headquarters, where was that exactly? You say,
kjo ishte ku ka qëndru
That was where the headquarters of the 153rd Brigade. That's where he would stay.
you said earlier that the brigade headquarters was first in your own house, then it moved to your uncle's house, and then it moved to the school.
po.
Yes.
Place where Agron Jamaili would stay, usually.
Po, her pas here.
Yes, from time to time.
Let me interrupt just for my clarification. You just said that the headquarters were also at the school. Is that what you meant? Because I understood, and we will look it up, that you said that the headquarters were not at the school.
Shtabin në
The headquarters was not stationed at the school in any period of time. It was stationed near the school. There was an office there that was used by the command in charge of the training. And there was also a kitchen for the soldiers.
Thank you for clarifying that, because on page 78 of, and then in line 12 till 15, the question was, you said earlier that the brigade headquarters was first in your own house, then it moved to your uncle's house, and then it moved to the school. Question. And then you answered yes. And now you have clarified it and made it more specific what your answer was. And that is in line with what you said this morning. Okay. Defense Counsel, please proceed.
So it was in a house near the school, to be exact. And whose house was that?
ishte algjës tim.
My uncle's house.
Okay. And did, at any point in time, do you know if Agron Jamaili stayed at the location of the Slash compound, meaning the location where the family Krasniqi accommodated the KLA?
Nuk jam I sigurt,
I'm not sure. I could not follow the movements of any person in particular. I couldn't be in position to know that.
Was there any specific task that Agron Jamaili had in the brigade?
nuk kam njohuri që ka pas.
I don't have any knowledge that he had any specific task. He was a soldier of the KLA within the 153rd Brigade. He would be in the best position to speak about his tasks.
And
Defense counsel, allow me to interrupt you. Do we continue to be in a private session?
I think we, yes, for a little
Oh,
bit.
okay.
Because I'm sure that I have a...
Okay, we follow that.
Do you know if Agron Jamaili had any authority to have people arrested or being picked up or being escorted for whatever reason?
Ja, no kam Jody.
No, I don't have any such knowledge.
Have any authority at all in his capacity as a soldier? Was he a unit commander? Was it a special area that he was about, or was he just a normal soldier?
Ja, no kam Jody chikatsena.
I don't know if he was a commander of a particular unit.
Thank you very much. Have you ever heard, Mr. Did you ever have contact with Agron Jamaili yourself?
Po.
Yes,
What was that contact about?
Piper Nico, kas
for some time he also stayed in my house.
Okay. Have you ever heard or had
Wait.
yeah?
Your Honors, we're back in public session.
You may proceed, defense counsel.
We spoke earlier today about Rahman Dini, and you said, I've known him a long time. Could you tell me where would he be located? Where would he be accommodated during the period of March and April 1999?
Jat Nico he.
For a certain period of time he stayed in my house.
Then Zurat stad.
And in the offices of the staff of the headquarters when we moved to the house of my paternal uncle. And for some time, and I do not know exactly which time period, he stayed in the hospital.
And the headquarters, which was near the school, which is where he stayed, and in that period of time, when the headquarters was in that house near the school, do you recall what his task was at that time?
No kom kuitootskap.
I don't recall him having any particular task. I don't remember.
Did Mr. Rahmandini have any authority to discipline people?
Ja, nog best zoiets kapot.
I don't think he had such authority because he was not at a level to be able to give such orders or to discipline soldiers. I don't know.
But he was part of the command of Brigade 153.
Po e vërtet.
That's true.
In a position to exercise such authority.
Po gjendja e tij shëndetësore u keq.
His health deteriorated and he became less active due to his health condition.
Did you have any contact with the family of Rahmandini recently?
Jo, kohëve të fundit nuk.
No, recently I didn't see them.
If Mr. Rahmandini detained people in the period of March or April 1999?
Kur për këtë nuk kam pas dieni.
I never had such knowledge.
And for that matter, did you ever detain any people in the period of March, April 1999?
Jo në asnjë periudhë, as
No, in any given period, not in March, April, May, June, never in my life.
Do you know if there were people in the area of Slash that were detained at all?
jo nuk di dhe jam
I don't know, and I'm convinced there weren't any.
Heard of anybody being detained?
jo.
No.
When do you know a person with the name Isa Castrati?
Isa Kastrati.
Isa Castrati? Yes.
Could you explain us who he is?
Ai ka qenë një ushtar
He was a soldier of the KLA who became a martyr.
When you say he became a martyr, what exactly do you mean?
është vrarë.
He was killed.
And do you remember when he was killed?
Mund të jetë 20
Could be on the 21st or the 22nd of April, approximately.
And do you recall in which circumstances he has been killed?
po më kujtohet kam
Yes, I do recall the circumstances. I heard about it. He took two wounded persons at the time when they were withdrawing the wounded for further medical treatment. So he lost his way. He separated from the column and went in the direction of Bulais, where he fell together with the two wounded soldiers in an ambush by the Serbian forces. And that's how they got killed.
He was a KLA soldier. Is that correct?
po.
Yes.
153?
Jo, ai ka qenë
No, at the time he had moved to the Karadak operational zone.
And what does that mean? Did he move to another brigade or what?
po sa ai fillimisht ka shërbitur
Yes, because he served at the lab operational zone in the beginning. I don't know exactly in which brigade, but then he came.
Mr. Sopi, we
Okay.
have to stop the hearing for a moment because we lost the connection with Mr. Mustafa. Sorry to jump in like this. Mr. Mustafa, can you hear me?
Po, tash, po.
Okay.
Now, yes.
Can you tell me till what was the last thing you heard?
Is it good? Yes.
The last thing I heard was about Rahman Dini. There was a disconnection, so I don't know precisely to what it referred.
Let me see. That seems...
My friend.
I am having a look when we talked about... Okay, page 82. And Mr. Mustafa, what was the last thing you heard about Mr. Rahman Dini? Was it about him having authority to discipline people?
Yeah, attends.
No, that I didn't hear. The last words I heard were that Agron Cemaili stayed at Fatmir Sopi's house, and that was for a time the headquarters of the brigade, and that Rahman Dini slept for some time in hospital or something like that.
Let me see.
Page 82, the end of page 81.
Is so. '23.
25 page here.
Yes.
So page 82,
Paint
line.
one here. You stayed at my house. Here.
Okay.
But let me see. So page 82, and which line are you suggesting?
25.
It could be line 3, Your Honors.
Line 3.
Okay, but then page... I'm not clear about the page.
Okay, it's page 82, line 3.
Okay. And for some time, I do not know exactly which time he stayed in the hospital. Very well. Defense counsel, I propose that we follow the same procedure as we did with Mr. Prosecutor, that you read out what has already been said for the benefit of Mr. Mustafa.
Okay. I will
Thank
read
you.
it out.
Thank you for that.
The question and the answer.
But if you prefer that I do it, I can do it
That's
also.
it's okay. Question is, and the headquarters, which was near the school, which is where he stayed, and in that period of time, when the headquarters was in that house near the school, do you recall what his task was at that time? Answer, I don't recall him having any particular tasks. I don't remember. Question, did Mr. Rahmandini have any authority to discipline people? Answer, I don't think he had such authority because he was not at a level to be able to give such orders or to discipline soldiers. I don't know. Question, but he was part of the command of Brigade 153. Answer, that's true. Question, so why would he not be in a position to exercise such authority? Answer: his health deteriorated and he became less active due to his health conditions. Question: did you have any contact with the family of Rahmandini recently? Answer: no, recently I didn't see them. Question: do you know if Mr. Rahmandini detained people in the period of March and April 1999? Answer: I never had such knowledge. Question: and for that matter, did you ever detain any people in the period of March, April 99? No, in any given period. Not in March, April, May, June, never in my life. Question: and do you know if there were people in the area of Slash that were detained at all? Answer: I don't know, and I'm convinced there weren't any. Question: you have never heard of anybody being detained? No. Do you know, next question, do you know a person with the name Isa Castrati? Answer: Isa Castrati, yes. Question: could you explain us who he is? Answer: he was a soldier of the KLA who became a martyr. Question: and when you say he became a martyr, what exactly do you mean? Answer: he was killed. Question: I see. Do you remember when he was killed? Answer: it could be on the 21st or the 22nd of April, approximately. Question: and do you recall in which circumstances he was killed? Answer: yes, I do recall in which circumstances he was killed. Sorry, I do recall the circumstances. I heard about it. He took 2 wounded persons at that time when they were withdrawing the unit. Wounded persons at that time when they were withdrawing the unit for further medical treatment, excuse me. So he lost his way. He took 2 wounded persons. Sorry, yeah, trying to, just a minute.
Line 20.
20. Yeah. So he lost his way. He separated from the column and went in the direction of Bulac, where he fell together with the 2 wounded soldiers in an ambush by the Serbian forces. And that's how they got killed. He was a KLA soldier, is that correct? Yes. And was he part of Brigade 153? No. At the time, he had moved to the Karadak operational zone. Question: and what does that mean? Did he move to another brigade or what? Yes. Answer: yes, because he served at the lab operational zone in the beginning. I don't know exactly in which brigade, but then he came, and that is where the connection ended.
Defense Counsel, my proposal is that you repeat your last question, and then the witness can begin again with his answer to that question, because he was interrupted halfway.
So,
did he move to another brigade?
that was exactly My question, Mr. Sopi, is, and did he move to another brigade?
Po,
Yes, at the time he was serving within the framework of the Karadak operational zone.
Okay. And before he moved to that brigade, was he part of Brigade 153?
No. He moved from the lab brigade. I think he was in 151st or 52nd brigade, I'm not quite sure. And from there he moved to his own area. He originally comes from Karadak area, and that's why he moved to Karadak operational zone. This is how I know it.
I want to go back on a question regarding detention of people. Have you ever heard if the lab operational zone had any detention center?
During the war, I didn't. I learned about this from the proceedings after the war, when the commander of the lab operational zone admitted that there were. But during the war, I didn't know about that.
And in the period that you were in Zlaž, have you ever heard anybody speaking about people being detained in a detention center?
Jo.
No.
Have you ever heard of people being detained at the Zlaž compound?
No, I didn't hear about that.
Has this ever been discussed in the brigade command, whether there were any people ever detained in or around Zlaž, where your brigade 153 was?
Eu was niet her.
No, never. No, never.
You spoke today, earlier on, about two offenses that had taken place, and one of that was on the 7th of April and the other one was on the 18th of April. Is that correct?
April.
In April. Yes, in April.
I want to speak with you about the first offensive. Where were the wounded? Was there any facility where wounded would be placed when they would be in Zlaž or around Zlaž? What would be done with that?
Gjatë ofensivës
During the first offensive of the 7th of April, we didn't have anyone wounded.
Anybody killed in the first offensive?
jo.
No.
Were there any people ill in the period of the first offensive?
Nuk më kujtohet, nuk di.
Not that I know, I don't remember.
In which hospital did Rahmandini stay?
Rahmandini ka qëndruar
Rahmandini stayed for a while at the outpatient clinic or improvised hospital in Marets, VT.
Do you know when that was? Was that after the second offensive? Or was that before the second offensive?
Nuk jam I sigurt.
I'm not sure when it occurred and how long he stayed there, but I do know that he received medical care in that outpatient clinic.
Was there any facility at the Brigade 153 for people who were seeking refuge and who would need medical attention? Was there any facility for that?
Ajo ambulancë është për
That ambulance or outpatient clinic in VT was used for that purpose. After the offensive, there was a house in the vicinity of the school on its eastern part, which was used for that purpose.
What ambulance are you speaking about?
për në Marec e keni?
You mean in Marets?
Yeah, you just said that ambulance, but I was wondering, was there any facility in Zlash where people could get some medical treatment?
Po.
Yes, yes.
Not talk about a house in the vicinity
Yeah.
of the school
Yeah.
on its eastern part. And
Yeah,
I'm having the
Ah.
impression that you are repeating the question.
That's what I did, but I got a little bit confused because of this ambulance, and then there was another word or location mentioned. So,
Please don't repeat the question, just ask what you did not understand.
was there any ambulance in or around Zlash to transport people if they would need medical attention?
Jo, ambulancë.
No, we didn't have ambulance in that sense, but I had in mind a house that we called it ambulance in Albanian, even when people, when we speak about a clinic where people go to get medical care, attention, to get an injection, a place where a sick person can go to and get medical care. There was a house in the eastern part of the school whose owner was Sahid Gashi.
And how would people be transported if they would need medical attention? How would that in practice be done in that period of time?
Gjatë asaj periudhe
When we had some wounded or from the war front, his comrades carried him in various ways from the war front line. Otherwise, we could use our cars that we had then.
Just the regular military vehicles that were available, or any other vehicle?
ja, çdo mjet tjetër që kishim në
Anything we had available. We didn't have military vehicles. That is, real military vehicles.
To your knowledge, was there any contact between Adem Shehu and the military police?
I don't know anything about that. Adem Sheh was a brigade commander. Maybe he had contacts with the military police. I would say yes, he had contacts with soldiers, with anyone.
And when the brigade command would have a meeting, would the head of the military police always participate in such meetings?
I don't recall that.
Where would Adem Shehu actually stay? Where would he sleep? Where would he stay?
Adem Shehu stayed where the staff or the headquarters were.
And we spoke earlier about the headquarters that was moved, but at the time that Mr. Shehu came was a little bit later in time. So which headquarters do you speak about?
The headquarters of 153 Brigade.
Be exact, was that near that house near the school? Or was it in your own house?
Yes.
The school?
Yes, yes, in the house near the school. Where the headquarters was, that was where the commander stayed.
How many people actually stayed in that house from the command?
I don't remember that. We were appointed tasks and we didn't stay all the time in the command. Myself, I was always on the move, for example.
You did not have central or regular, frequent meetings together with the command of Brigade 153? How do I view that? Was there a moment in time that there would be some kind of schedule that you would regularly meet about whatever the issues might be?
Not in the strict sense of the word. We had meetings depending on the developments.
And how frequently were those meetings?
I don't remember that.
Always on the same location, or would they be on various locations?
Usually where the staff was located, that where the meetings were held.
Did you have ever any meetings of the staff at the Slash compound where we spoke earlier on from the Krasniqi family?
I don't recall that.
Defense Counsel, we will continue till 5 minutes till 4.
Yes. I would like to ask to go into private session.
Madam Court Officer, could we go into private session, please?
Know who was his superior?
Mehmet Bayram.
Mehmet Bayrami.
And what was the function of Mehmet Bahrani? Mehmet Bahrani.
Momin Bayrami. Jo, Mehmet Bayrami.
Momin Bayrami.
Where was he staying?
Mumin, sorry. In his village in Prapashtic.
Neologist.
1 hour and a half.
How far is that from Buna 29?
Neologist. Mateper.
More than 1 hour, about 2 hours.
For my clarification, 2 hours by foot?
Pa.
Yes. I mean, if you go on foot.
Have you ever heard with somebody with the name of Shemi?
Jo.
No.
Shemi.
Nuk en ja, nuk po di.
I don't know what to say.
Anybody with the name Shuti?
Jo.
No.
Have you ever heard of anybody with the name Rabit Aliyu?
Po.
Yes.
Who is he?
Ky person
This person came from the Drenica zone to our brigade and stayed there until the end of the war.
What was his function?
nuk ka pas në detyrë.
He didn't have any specific function.
A regular soldier?
Po.
Yes.
Located at the specific battalion that you know?
Nuk më kujtohet ku.
I don't remember exactly where he was stationed. I knew him by name only.
And do you recall when he came to the brigade?
Sakt nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember exactly. It was later, but I can't be precise.
Your Honor, I think we can go into open session again. I'm sure.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into public session, please?
Your Honours, we're back in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
Mr. Sopi, you explained us how communication went via satellite telephone or radio or in person or any other means. When the radio would be used, would you use a call sign?
Nuk më kujtohet ajo.
I don't remember. I'm sure we must have used codes, but I don't remember them.
Do you recall at all what the call sign was for the brigade?
Për brigadën ka qenë
Buna was the code for the brigade.
do you recall what was the call sign of the headquarters of the lab operational zone?
If I'm not mistaken, Dardania was the code.
And did you ever have contact with the BIA over the radio?
I don't remember. Maybe we had, but I don't remember.
Do you know if BIA had a call sign?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, I think this is probably the most appropriate time to stop, as any other topic would be much longer than the 5 minutes that we have left.
Okay.
So I think it would be the best
very
way
well.
to stop.
Good. Now, we are almost, Mr. Sopi, at the end of the day in court. We will continue with your questioning tomorrow at 9:30. And thank you very much for your time today. And let me remind me that you should not, until tomorrow morning, discuss your testimony with anybody. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The registry staff now try to rest, and we will see each other again tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Court-Archer. Defense Counsel.
We won't have, excuse me, Your Honor, we will not have a long session tomorrow as far as the defense is concerned.
You read my mind.
Yeah, I think in about half an hour, 40 minutes maximum. That would be provided that the what is it, the video
Connection,
link,
but we don't count the
No, I
connection
understand.
problems when we look at the time used by the parties and the participants. Very well. Is there something the SPO would like to raise with the panel at this moment in time?
Your Honor, nothing at this moment.
Okay, thank you. And the Victims' Counsel?
No, only one small suggestion. Should internet problems continue to occur, it might be a useful thing to have the accused present. That would solve all the problems and maybe return to what we started off with. Thank you.
Thank you, Victims' Counsel. That is an option that we have taken into consideration, and there are very good reasons, apart from the situation with the connection, to do so. But we leave it up till now how we have agreed on it. But it's sure one of the options. If it's going worse, then we will ask Mr. Mustafa to come here. Thank you. And Defense Counsel, is there something you would like to raise with the panel?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Very well. Then we will resume tomorrow morning, and I thank the parties and the Victims' Counsel and the registry, and not the registry, of course, for their attendance. I thank the interpreters, the stenographer, and the audiovisual technicians, and also the security personnel for their assistance today. We adjourn the hearing till tomorrow morning, 9:30.
All rise.